Hello, everyone. Hold on one sec here. Okay, sorry about that. Welcome. So, like I said, I'm starting to suck a little bit less. Than what you can see normally from me in this game. I'm starting to suck a little bit less as I play this game, and boy, let me tell you what. Just a little bit less, just a little bit, not like a lot or anything. I'm starting to just suck just a little bit less though. Only a little bit. So I don't know why I'm at this site here. I, in fact, don't know that I even want to... You know what? Maybe I'll do a little bit of these mobs here, and then I'll go somewhere just totally different. I don't know that I want to be in Erdtree right now. I think I just want to be on the normal map and play a little bit, but... I'll do this a little bit, and... So, as far as Consort Radahn is concerned, here's the deal. Pretty much everybody that has a guide or some sort of little hint, if you will, at what you're supposed to do to get Radahn that's easy. Everybody uses Asmongold's method, like everybody. So, I'm just putting it out there that, you know, that's pretty common for people to actually get a mage build and struggle with Consort Radahn, while some other people will just never. He is one of those bosses where certain builds, you're gonna have absolutely no trouble. You'll probably go in and, you know, just like you saw me at a certain point with Miquella. Now that I know that actually is her name. And at a certain point with that boss, that was it. I was just able to. And I also didn't obviously know about, like, there's certain things that if you know about them, you know about them. So, like, for example, Asmongold's method, he's using a shield that doesn't expend stamina when you block with it, so of course that's easy. And then he just stands there and thrusts with his thrusting weapon the entire time. So he's just standing there with his shield that doesn't require any stamina, he's just going like this the whole time. It's like the easiest possible way to do that. Should you be able to do it that way? Yeah, of course. Of course. It's called being good at the game. But then everybody else is copying that and saying, you know, that's their suggestion and stuff like that. Look. There's plenty of other ways of doing it. I've looked it up. That is a very easy way, though. And something else I didn't know, I'm pretty sure... Doesn't that... was it the Lightning Lance or something like that? I don't have it. I have the shield, I don't have the lance. I think it has Scarlet Rot built up, right? That's what he's weak to, is Scarlet Rot, and I didn't know that. So that's faith build stuff. And again, I have once again continued to prove that faith build is the top tier. Like, just period. You can do pretty much anything with that. Now, to a certain point, if you know, then you know. But I'm just saying, you know, until that point. And no, there's not. There's not a ton of people. Don't sit here and try to pretend like there's not. There's like this... I feel like there's like a base of people trying to say there's a ton of people that have gotten... No. They're full. Hold it. Not a ton. You should see the percentage of people that have even have the completion for the initial game, let alone Erdtree. I mean, there's a good number of people that don't have Erdtree. That's what it is. But even if you do have Erdtree, you'd be surprised to learn how many people sit here and they say that they've beaten the game. I really don't. I feel like this is one of those games where a lot of people are... I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to say that that's what is happening, but I think that's what's happening. I feel like there's a lot of people that go around and say they've beaten the game, and just stuff like it causes problems because they clearly haven't beaten the game. And I mean, guys, as far as I'm concerned, you know, you beat the game. You know, once you obviously once you decide, make that choice. Like we already know that double boss. We already know that we've talked about that. You know, there's a definitive end to the Elden Ring game. Obviously, you guys know what I'm doing here. And obviously Radahn being the end boss of end bosses, you know. So anyway, let's have a little bit of fun, messing around. And Caelid, let's go to Caelid. I like Caelid. I like going back to Caelid. We were over here. Let's go back to Caelid Ruins. So, I'm gonna try to not suck. I'm gonna do my best. I don't have quite the poise that I did. Let's just say I needed some points in strength. Obviously. So, there's just a lot of stuff that as you play the game, you're confused about it because you think you have a conclusive answer to it because you try something and you feel like you get an answer, but it's a lot of times it's inconclusive. You don't realize what you're actually doing. Like especially certain abilities and stuff like that. But this is the coolest fucking sword in the game right here. coolest freaking sword in the game right here. I feel like there's a lot of trolling and stuff going on, specifically with me too, also because I seemingly got one of the rarest endings. It's actually technically I looked it up. I don't even know why. I guess because it's so intricate, it's considered the hardest ending to get, the Age of Stars ending. Because apparently, even though, so like do you guys care about spoilers? Should I talk about spoilers? Because I've already figured some things out at this point because I wanted to know some things moving forward. Since I've done beating the game, none of this has anything to do with what I'm doing in Erdtree. Has nothing to do with what I'm doing in Elden Ring. So, like, this is just a different thing altogether. So there is a definitive, like, you know, maybe I won't say what it is, but there is a definitive, like, Elden Lord, like, official ending. And it's obvious that it's not what you think. It's not what a lot of people think when they go into it. And it's definitely not the Age of Stars ending, obviously. Obviously. Or, yes, or, oh boy. Exactly 7 concurrents, but no likes. Well, boy, gee, thanks, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. I wonder if this is a certain administration causing problems for my trending. You know, likes locked at 0, view counts locked at a certain number. The second that they start the stream, somebody's already in here hitting the emoji button. And that person's in here laughing at me starting a stream, but no likes. So they think the stream's funny, but they can't like it? No, that's the stalker. And, you know, that's obviously what I had to do right away. Obviously. So now I gotta keep an eye on... the time a bit. And, you know, I mean, like, right at the start of the stream. We have all these people in here. We have just a set number in here. Nobody's, you know, showing themselves as subscribers or anything like that. They're just in here watching and not liking. And so the whole point is that these, you know, it's the malicious people from the administration, that it's certain administration that doesn't like some of the stuff that I said. Where I'm calling out the BS that's going on that they're doing. That's all. That's all this is. This is all political. It is awesome, though, is it not? This is the coolest sword in the game, in my opinion. I don't know. It's pretty much the coolest sword in the game. It's like contending. You know what I mean? Like, there's a few that are like really cool, but I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. It don't get much better than that. You wanna see some dragon seal stuff? Where should I go for that? This isn't the best spot for that. Where should I go for that? Let's go here. This'll work. I still don't have the damage scaling for it yet. That's what it looks like. That's the magma breath. I'm gonna try rotten breath. Here we go. We're gonna do rotten breath. You can just keep going with this one too. This one's cool. Well, not keep going. You can do it a couple times. Yeah, channels a couple times. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Oh no, we got Dragon Fire. You can keep channeling that one a couple times too. I think there's some that you can't, but maybe I'm pretty sure there's some that you can. Yeah, that one just once. So yeah, it's obviously fun to mess around with these, but my scaling for this is not nearly high enough to do much with it yet. Cool though, for sure. I am using the dragon seal too, so maybe I should. I don't know. Can you actually level those up? I didn't even look at that. Don't know. See, I'm still only sucking a little less. It's only a little bit. So yeah, obviously I switched at this point with my staff. I can still... It's definitely taking some getting used to. And no, it shouldn't change the amount of damage it does. It shouldn't. I don't know why it would. It shouldn't do that. It shouldn't matter. Completely made up nonsense. There's a lot of that, though, on the internet. Like, part of the problem is that people can't confirm what's made up or what's not until they see somebody else play with that and confirm it. You know, like, how else can you? There's so much that it takes to do each build, each this or each that. And you have only so many of those things where you can sit there and redo that, you know, you're limited on doing that, so it's not like you can sit here and do everything. You can't. Larval tears are fine. Coffee already. Oh my god. So in case you're wondering, does the pretty starry, frosty thing do more damage? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it's using my intelligence scaling to do it. It's using my intelligence, so that's why it does a good bit more, because my intelligence scaling basically capped. I took it a little bit down from the cap, but it's like only a few points away. It's not that far off. And I'm only gonna get one more out of that, I think. See how it like gave him like a frosty look. Like sort of like a cold sort of damage look. I have done a direct, we can do that. Actually, let's do that. You can do a direct sort of comparison to actually let's go here. We'll go here. So initially, shit. So initially, let's see what we got. 938 there. Oh wait, hold on, sorry. My fault. Inconclusive. My fault. I need more coffee too. I'm doing two-hand. Let me do two-hand. I mean, I can still compare it one-hand. I prefer showing two-hand because that's the better. It's better. It's better. It's better. 934, 694, 702. Alright, let's run back. We'll use the ability and then we'll see what we're gonna get. Remember I said early on this is like a good farming a rune farm spot for you very early in the game, too, in case you're needing some practice and farming runes. Oh god, so that wasn't very conclusive. Hold on. This guy might not... There we go, 1466. That's what I normally see. This guy's not a very good example. I was trying to find a better example. Big one-off dudes or not. Hold on. Actually, where I just was a much better... This is actually the perfect spot to show you this. I don't know why I didn't just... Okay. None. Yeah, man, you can just see it. There's no comparison. One's in the hundreds, one's in the thousands. I mean, it's using that scaling that we do with that. So basically, if we go in here and we take a look at that, if you see that there, that intelligence B under attribute scaling, that's what's doing that there. So obviously, it's just gonna use that, and then causes frost buildup 55. So that's the amount. So, you know, obviously you can see more, but I mean, usually that's around what you see for stuff like that. I see that for the, you know, the blood loss, all kinds of stuff. I mean, you can do, for example, hold on. Some of you have probably seen this one. It's the same sort of thing. So this one, it says 30 causes the blood loss buildup. But this is with Dex, I believe. It's not actually Arcane. I think this is actually with Dex. So if we do this one, like that. Yeah, and that's why it's not really working very well for me, because my Dex is... Yeah, so there we go. It works a little bit. But I haven't leveled this sword, and my Dex is it's okay. It's okay. It's not that bad, but it's okay. I'd have to level the sword. It's actually not bad. It's actually pretty good. So anyway, whoops. Really makes a difference. You can see that damage scaling just really making a huge difference there. And then obviously the fact that I've actually leveled the sword up too, that makes a difference too. Obviously that changes that scaling. Yeah, just boosts it even more. Hold on. I may have enough that I can justify. Part of the reason I didn't do this one is because I did what's it called? Moonveil? Yeah. Because I did that one. On that one, don't you just stab the ground? I'm pretty sure that one doesn't have. I think you just sort of stab the ground. We can look at that. Because, like, they all sort of, like, it's just like a default, I think. Hold on. Oh, I'm dumb. I just lost my runes and came straight here. I'm stupid. Duh! Well, now that I'm here... Oh, right, this one's that. What's the one... I think it's my Meteoric Warblade. I think that's the one. I think it's this one. Yep. It's that one. So, I mean, eh. It's okay. But this was the first sword I kind of started with in the game, so that's why it's like leveled up like it is. It's actually not a bad sword though. It really isn't, as you can see. It's a really good one to start with, because it's actually pretty easy to find early on. Highly recommend, by the way. Causes blood loss, build up. Oh, and does the stabby stab. It has intelligence scaling, does the stabby. This is the one I use to get the dragons. Works well for the stabby stab. It does. There you go. It just happened. Yeah, it actually does work pretty well for it. No, it's a good sword. So let's go do what I was gonna do, but I'm kind of having fun with this one. Now, understand that the thing that I messed up on, the thing that I goofed up on, the big thing that I did between the last time, the most difference that you're seeing is my strength scaling. That's the most difference that you're seeing. Just that gap in deciding to put some points in strength and stuff. So hold on. Let's see what this one ends up looking like. And I can do this one. I can do my seal. See, I didn't even realize that. Holy crap. I kind of want to see. I know, I used my only 4, I think it was, right? Oh well. Alright, let's check this out. I'm really interested in seeing how well this fares now. Alright, so oh wow. Yeah, much better. Obviously, much better. But still obviously dex scaling. And then, so, it has a little bit of arcane, too. So you putting points in arcane, yeah, for sure, but it's dex scaling. Doing a good bit of the slash attack. Oh god. Yeah. Yep. Definitely does. I mean, like I said, the ability, like, you have your arcane, too. So if you level arcane, it's gonna make a difference, obviously. Just like with my intelligence scaling, like that's obviously there too, but this is definitely for a dex build. So if you want to use those, and it's giving you trouble, obviously put some points in arcane, and it'll probably, because that's, yeah, see, attributes required arcane, so that's why it's not, I mean, yeah, it's for a dex build, but, you know, you're still not getting a lot out of that by not having that at your arcane at 20, so that's why I'm not getting a lot from that. So now, with that being said, let me remove that, and let's check this out. Let me just do it with that. So let's see what I can get from this now that I leveled it. Yeah, it still sucks. And again, it's because those... Yeah, see? So I can use that one, so it doesn't suck. And that's what I was saying about that arcane thing. So with that one, let's take a look at that. That one, I have enough to be using it. The other ones, I think it's sort of like barely. Hold on. Faith in arcane is where it needs to be. Oh. Yeah, that one just sucks then. That's probably what that is. It probably just sucks then. Or, you know what, actually... No, it's because they don't have any... I don't have magma. I'm not running magma. That's why. I can boost magma. That'd be why, though. But it still works pretty well. Stops him. Here, let me see. Yeah, that one's pretty awesome at a certain point. That's why the Faith build is so cool. You literally you're just a dragon, basically. So cool. Oh, we gotta love those capped concurrents lying about. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, YouTube. Oh jeez, the tube's used. It's so cool. Coffee. One sec. Coffee. Okay, so... So this sword's awesome, obviously. Obviously. Need to get some health back, so... There we go. It's something. Where should I go? Where should we go? We should go over here? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Cool spot. If you do this spot, I'd recommend just staying right here. Get all the, like, the ants and stuff. It's actually pretty cool that you have to redo that when it takes like FP and stuff. Because that's like a... Yeah, it sort of adds to the difficulty of it and stuff, having to, you know, think about that, which is good. That's what people want, right? Well, it gives this misconception, like this, because a lot of times you can clear mobs and stuff quicker as a caster. So I feel like it gives this misconception that the whole game is easier as a caster, and it's just not the case. A lot of times, you have to manage mana as well as health. So again, what you're taking for granted and you're not taking into account is the fact that you have like 12, 13, however many health flasks that you can just heal, and I don't have that. I gotta maintain mana, and I gotta have a certain amount for mana too. You gotta think about that stuff, and that's really difficult stuff to do on bosses, especially when you then have to then use your talismans and stuff for things like tanking, beefing up, instead of what you would ultimately would like to use them for, and whatnot, making that boss easier, you know, damage and whatnot. So it just changes things a lot for any boss you do. Just as it would change it for that melee build, that tank sword build, but again, the misconception is that it's easier, and I just don't think that's the case. I think depends on the mobs, depends on the boss. But ultimately, if I'm sitting here going through the whole game trying to figure out how to manage half and half between flasks, between healing and mana flasks, well, in my opinion, that's actually harder because it's more I have to think about. So yes, this will seem easier. I can just come through and I can do this. But I have to think about it. I can't... I will run out of mana, I will get hit when I run out of mana, I will not have a shield, I will not have the poise like everybody else has. Things like that. And, you know, obviously that's some of the stuff that I started trying to improve later game now, but through the game you will not have those things. So yeah, it'll appear like this is easier. It's not the case. It's just because it's so quick with... Now, obviously, I already said the cheap stuff that you could do. Like, yeah, alright, if you're that cheap guy and you know how to do the cheap stuff and you're gonna do the cheap stuff, alright, fine, but... I prefer to use my spells instead of just using, you know, arc the whole time or whatever it is. Whatever it is that you're taking advantage of that's in there that's, like, broken. Like, alright, like, yeah, like... Again, if I just did this... And it's still not that broken. It's just... It's OP, it's not broken. It's pretty OP, though. It's an OP spell, for sure. It's definitely not broken, though. I literally can just stand here and sort of kind of do this and be an idiot and heal once in a while. I could literally just stand here and be a complete moron. So, like, yeah, this arcane, Glintstone, excuse me, Glintstone arc is pretty OP. So that's what I think a lot of people maybe underestimate and don't understand, is that you can't do that with everything. That's not going to work on a boss. That'll seem really OP and really broken when you see people doing it on mobs and stuff. But that's not going to work on... You understand? That's not going to work on Radahn. That's going to be, like, laughable to him. That ain't going to work on him. It's going to do almost nothing, and it will not have a knockback effect like it does for these enemies. It just won't do that to him, obviously. So, like, again, like, a lot of the stuff you're seeing is not going to do what it would normally do to a boss. So, yeah. And then, likewise, you sword build people can just go in and endlessly heal. You have all these health flasks, and you can just tank the boss. And it's just a matter of how many times you can swing and roll out of the way, and I can't do that. I have to not get hit a single time, because if I get hit, I'm going to fall and get flattened on the ground, and very slowly get up, and probably get hit again. And you know what's bullshit about that? I will say, you know what's bullshit about that? There's a definitive mechanic in the game where you can't hit any boss when they are doing an attack. That's definitive. Like, that is in the game. We all know that. Yet, the boss can always hit you when you're in the process of, like, getting up or, you know, casting or whatever it is you're doing. That's fine. Isn't that weird? I find that weird. But, you know, as far as, like, that's just awesome. So I'm glad that, like, I can do that and stuff, but you know, this is the sort of thing where it would almost seem really rare, because the point is, first of all, this is on intelligence scaling, right? But it's a giant sword. So the whole point is mages aren't going to use giant swords, they're going to use staves to cast spells, right? And stuff like that. Yeah, so you really gotta, like, it's going to take a long time to be able to, like, that's the point, and you got to be able to wield it, and it counts toward weight and stuff like that, your equip load. And now, again, you need that strength to a certain point to even be able to do it, too. So now, you must have intelligence scaling to be able to do it. You must have a strength to be able to, at a certain point, to be able to do it. And now, most people aren't even going to be able to do it, because most people aren't an astrologer and have done intelligence scaling whatsoever. So, if you have the intelligence scaling and you can do it, great. But again, like, the whole point is that most people, that's what you're missing. You're not going to be able to do that if you can't do it. It's that simple. And that's what people don't understand, is that there are some things you're just not going to be able to, you'll never know it, because you didn't do this one thing or this one type of build or something like that, and you'll see somebody, you're like, what the heck? That did that the whole time, or something like that. That suddenly makes playing an astrologer really freaking cool, doesn't it? If more people knew about that. Yeah, exactly. So had I known about that at the beginning, would I have gone through the game the same way? Maybe not. Maybe not. I probably would have done my intelligence scaling, but definitely done, you know, endurance, dex, strength, and stuff like that, like a sword build, but done enough. And so like that's what nobody's gonna tell you. That's what you have to realize. This is what nobody's gonna tell you. Nobody's gonna tell you, and I sort of knew that in the beginning, but you don't really realize the full extent of what you can do with Elden Ring. You really just don't. There's it only caps and limits certain things. It feels like it does, but then you do something and you're like, oh, oh, it wasn't actually capping or limiting. Oh, it was me being an idiot. Oh, okay. Anyway. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. For anybody that is thinking about the game and stuff like that, and it's definitely really cool. I mean, the sword, this sword was already cool. Let's be honest, the sword was already freaking cool. But now it's just even better. Look at that thing. I love the two-handed swing with this, I really do. The one-handed swing, I'm not a fan of it. The two-handed swing with this is great. Because the one-handed swing, it's sort of... And it's understandable, because it's a heavy sword. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely how that one-handed swing needs to work. Otherwise, it's just going to be straight down, hits the ground, and then that's it, you know, pulls back. Like, it's just going to be very, very... It's going to be the sword being thrown at you, basically. If you're one-handing it. I barely used any mana. Barely. Oh, okay, so now we're having them controlling the... So we're getting a lot of view bots, we're getting a lot of people viewing and stuff like that, so they're sitting here lying about... And that's just trash tube, I mean, that's just trash tube. But they're causing a problem for my bitrate. Because they have a problem with viewbotting. So that's what's going on there. As they always have. They cause a problem for you. Based on the thing they're having an issue with. So that's, if you were getting buffering there, that's what that was. As you saw the bitrate shift around there. Yeah. Look at this frickin' sword, man. How cool is that? All YouTube is doing is putting trackers and cookies and data on the people that they know are connected to your data. Friends, family, yada yada. They come in the stream, they shift the bitrate around. So to any authorities, anybody investigating, you want to know what's really going on? Here it is. That's what YouTube's doing. And that's why the hack got in, is through malicious advertising. They don't care anymore. He's just sitting here attacking people. It's literally all the time. They're putting data, malicious data that hacks you into your devices. That's why all y'all happen to see my streams at certain times when I'm having certain outbursts and stuff like that. You're supposed to recognize. You're supposed to recognize it's crazy, it's ridiculous. And you know, like what I would say would cause that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they're just doing it at those times. So, rationalize that's when you're seeing strength. You know, those things that they attach to you cause that for me, basically. It's really messed up. And then, you know, it would cause the streamer to want to, like, attack the person, you know, like, think the person's doing it, or, you know, like, if it's a big streamer and they have, like, things that determine this, they would probably figure out who's doing it, and they would probably attack that person. They would probably go after them thinking they're a scammer or something. This is what you have to realize, that's what they've been doing for, I don't even know how long. Like, probably since the beginning. Probably since ads became a thing. They've been hiding it. That's why certain people moved away from ads, figuring out what they were and how malicious they were, and ever more prominent now in the market that people are moving away from that. You see the sponsorships in the middle of the streams. Respect that. That means that they're somehow able to do it separate from YouTube's nonsense and continue. That's respectable. That means they earn your attention. They've earned it. They can stand on their own. They've earned that. They deserve your attention. Where am I gonna go? Should I go to... Let's go here. You know what? Let's go here. Let's go to Dragon Temple. Let's go here. I just miss him right off the bat. If I don't miss him, right? This fucking guy. Stupid attack. That attack is so dumb. It really is that attack. If he does that attack, that's what it is. I figured that out, obviously. It's really not that hard, it's just that attack. It gets you caught. Just like this guy's thrust will knock you down. It's really not all that hard. His thrust will just knock you down. No! How dare you? No! Ha! damn right. I had to get the cool armor back, obviously. Obviously, I had to get the cool armor back. Obviously, I could... There's better armor. There's better armor than this. This armor just looks cool. Honestly, there is way better armor than this. If I was sitting here maximizing my armor, it would look so stupid. It would look so stupid. It would look like the dumbest thing you've ever seen. It would look incredibly stupid. You gotta jump that guy. Knocks him back a bit. Wait. You can't see me. Nope. Can't see me. I am this. You have no idea what I am. I am a little... vase thing. You have no idea it's me. You can't figure it out. I forgot, he doesn't come in here unless he, like, follows you in. Awesome. What's up? No. Oh, he's faced the other way. So like my little my little sneaky move there. That's awesome. I love using that thing now. How cool is that, right? You can actually use that a little bit. I mean, it could be a useful mechanic at times. I have, like, no health. Yeah, I'm not doing that. If I had some healing, I would have done it, but I have no health, so it's better just to. target that guy? Should be able to target him. I think I have to do it over here. Yeah. I know I would rather not. I would rather just travel back and get that other one. I mean, I probably could. I would rather just travel back though, because I think you actually do this. Yeah. Just so that you know, because you're wondering, you actually jump through there. I suppose there's nothing else over here. I wasn't too concerned. Alright, yeah, ended up working out okay. I'm not gonna go too much further here though, because there's a hallway there of guys that jump out, I think. So that's about what I do at the Dragon Temple. I mean, you know, eventually you should be able to do the whole thing, but you know, obviously you try to do as much as you can for your level, is the idea. I somehow missed him again. Coolest sword in the whole game. I wasn't two-handing. That was my fault. I was like thinking for a second there. I was like, am I? Yeah, I was not two-handing. That's probably why I missed the initial one. But it was not two-handing. Explains it. Yeah, because I do that with the two-handing. Damage scaling. Oh god. It finally happened. Alright, time to go get him back. Obviously, you can come down this way too, but then I'd skip that guy. You can. This is Godskin Duo here, so like you could just come straight down this hallway now and go this way. But obviously, then I would be skipping the other two. The other boss that I didn't know that you could, apparently there's a trick with that one too, you can put him to sleep or something. I didn't know that. Consort Raiden has its tricks too, actually, believe it or not. It does. But of course I'm not that build. I wouldn't be able to do that. But if you... I don't know, maybe. If I felt like it, I could probably sit here and do it, actually. I would rather sit here and actually beat him, like, a different way. I feel like that's all it is. The more I think about it. You know, like, it's always funny and cool to do those things, but at the same time, I would rather actually just beat him. So anyway, apparently... And this is like Frenzied Flame stuff. If you build up enough madness on him, apparently he just... And it... Like, there's nothing he can do about it, apparently. Now, apparently this is also how you get Miquella. Apparently that's how you get past her second... If you want to scam getting past her second little thing, the second part, if you do the build-up of madness on her, apparently it'll, like, make her sort of, like, one hit on her second part or something like that. But with Consort Raiden, I don't know how it works. I just know that you can do that. Now with him, it's Scarlet Rot, and that's why that Lightning Lance worked for Asmon and the builds that everybody was doing around that, because I'm pretty sure that Lightning Lance has that. It's a Scarlet Rot ability, isn't it? I think that like you do it up into the air, and I'm pretty sure that's what that is. So obviously, if he's weak to that, and you're just doing that... You see what I'm saying? And I have that shield, but that shield... As soon as I redid her strength and stuff... Like... Remember all the, like, swords and stuff that I had? Like, yeah, I can hold the shield, but I have to take, like... The shield is heavier than, like, a bunch of swords. Like, seriously, this thing is... It's a gigantic concrete slab, basically. And, so the point is, it doesn't expend stamina to block with it, so you can just endlessly block with it and then do that thrusting attack. So that's why that works so well, but... It's just not my build at all. It's literally the totally opposite of what I'm doing. Anyway. Let's see. Let's run around here. I haven't been here for a while. Let's run around here. Altus. We'll go to Altus. Give me a couple minutes here. I gotta be right back. I'm sorry. Sorry about the delay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Alright. I'm back with a drink. No more coffee. Coffee's done. Got a drink and I'm ready to go. So... as far as, as far as an overall tip to the game, you know, the moral of the story, the lesson to be learned, moving forward into the game for everybody, is that, this is not the game to do what I did. And that's the learning experience. The one thing that you don't do with this game is the one thing I do with, like, everything. And it's don't figure it out yourself. Don't go into it blindly. Yes, the game has a tutorial. Are you wondering, does the game have a tutorial? It does. But it's very basic, it's how to play. It's not, here, you know, here is this item. Here is everything this item can and will do if you do these things. It doesn't, nope. It's not gonna do that. So, like, for example, some of these random little tiny items that you have seem so extraneous when you get them, and then you find out that tossing one of them at just the right enemy, or an enemy that really isn't worth many runes and stuff, you're kind of wondering why. Well, because that enemy can very easily be confused to A, fight other enemies, or immediately blow up upon discovering said item. You know, or whatever the case may be. We'll just use those as examples. So, if there's a moral to the story, this only gets more prominent in Erdtree. That's why Erdtree is full-on trick you mode. Erdtree, you will go into Erdtree thinking that you know how to play the game, and you will be humbled by the game again. And I think that's how a lot of people felt. Like, even seasoned players, they've added a lot of things, mechanics, changed some things, updated some things, and not necessarily for the bad, obviously, probably for the better, and it was just a matter of getting used to those things and stuff like that too, but knowing what they are and then, you know, moving forward. Let's get these guys. Yeah, a lot of yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely It's definitely sandbox, you know. I mean, you're locked on a lot of stuff. You're locked on a lot of stuff. But don't think that you're limited to your class either. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing this. And even be able to do anything with it in Erdtree for that matter, you know what I mean? Like, with some pretty high, you know, scaling and stuff like that, so. So yeah, this is not the game to come into blindly whatsoever. Do you want to spoil it for yourself? You don't. That's partially, I think, why they make it so that they do, like, so cryptic, because then when you look up a bunch of stuff, it's not like having an answer to a story, a quest line, or what happens at the end of a quest line. Because, for example, a certain person's name, you know, is hidden, you know, for X amount of time and stuff like that. And, you know, just things like that. Like, many people actually are not who they appear to be and stuff like that. So, you know, just realizing that the story does that at times. Is cryptic on purpose, you know, to I think give the game the ability to have, you know, like all these things with it where it's just massive. There's so much to it. It'd be nearly impossible to learn every little thing. If there was a true physical guide, that thing would look like an encyclopedia. It would be like this thick. It would it really would be like you would need like 3 or 4 of them. There would be volumes. I guarantee it. If they made a real book, they would do volumes. It'd be like 1 through 4. Erdtree would be 5 and 6. Like there would be just volumes on Erdtree. Maybe 5, 6, 7. Like, it would be that in depth. It wouldn't be the normal. It's that big. That's what you don't understand. That's what you don't comprehend about the game. Like, I've never played a game this big except for World of Warcraft, and again, that's totally just different. It's not. I mean, like, this is just you. So, yeah. Don't go in blindly. That's the best. The thing I did, the thing I always do. Don't do that. Which is why there's things that it took, you know, like basic things that. I mean, and some people probably have done that too. Do I have any? I do. Is it these? It's these, right? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't work anymore. He used to make him fight the other guy. Maybe I am wrong about which dart it is. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could just be wrong about which dart it is. I thought I was right about that. Anyway. There's plenty of stuff like that. Even if that's not the case anymore. Don't worry, that's not me, like, saying that or anything like that. There's other people that can confirm that one. That's actually kind of weird. That's not weird. Sort of confirms they might be silently fixing some things and not saying anything. Maybe I'm supposed to do it on the guy with the arrow. Let me try that. Let me try that. I think it's the guy with the arrow now that I think about it. Hold on. That might be what it is. Let me try it the other way around. Because I think it's actually maybe it's the other way around. You do it on the guy with the arrow and he shoots at the guy with the axe and the guy with the axe starts. I think that's actually what it is. Now, I saw this on the Tubes U. Okay, I didn't figure this out, okay? Like, don't give me credit for this. Nah, yeah, he's supposed to shoot it at the other guy. That used to work. You get the point. Yeah, it's there. It doesn't happen. Sometimes things like that can happen, though. But you get the point. Like, I mean, obviously now it's not too tough anyway. I'm okay with them. My badass Dark Moon sword is kicking his ass. How about we check the ones, maybe we check the ones in Caelid? Where are they at in Caelid? I have to remember how to get there. I feel like it might actually be north of this, but we'll see. I'm gonna check in Caelid here and we'll find out. We'll find out. Wait, where's the Coliseum? I'm being dumb. I'm being stupid. I just need to look down there, because I'm pretty sure there's a couple guys down there. No, it's probably not those guys. Whatever. I know it works. It's not those guys, though. Because I don't know that that would do anything. Get over here! Oh, jeez. Alright. Get over here. You see this? Right over here. Sorry, he's trying to give me trouble. Alright. I love it when they roll past. Oh, jeez. That's right. Coolest sword in the game. So yeah, that should work some places. I'm just having trouble remembering where. It should work some places, though. Oh, where should I go? Also, you want to go back to Altus? Altus. 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 Plate. Altus Plateau. Plateau. There we go. We've gone to Altus Plateau. What am I? Hold on. What am I in Altus Plateau? Let's see. I am a tree. A random statue. Interesting. Oh wow. Oh wow. Hey, what? Back here. We are. Coolest sword. Coolest sword award. We've arrived back at these guys again. That's fine. Oh, actually, these guys... These guys are sort of worth doing. Wow. Wow. All right. Where can we go from here? Where it's like... Where's that? Is that pretty much all that's here? Oh, there's more stuff. Oh, there's a little camp here. We got a camp. We got a camp. Oh, screw these stupid things. Oh, I don't... Man, why did it have to be these things? Alright. Gotcha. It was supposed to be right in front of me, so I could do that. Yep. Cool spot. Cool spot, bro. Cool spot, bro. Cool spot, bro. Cool spot. What the f... Oh, I forgot about that. There's a hole there. Oh, there's a group. I found a group on the road. This is a highway. It's called a highway. It's the highway. There's cars and everything. Okay. Back on the highway. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Let's keep going. Why not? Oh, I forgot about that. I was like, what is that sound? Now I remember. I'll go get him. Cool, it's starting the whole game. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. I don't know why I got off my mouth. Oh, now I know why. To do that. Where the heck are all of the units? Okay. Sure. Man, the hitbox on those things is a weird spot. It's like really small. Yeah, let's go somewhere else. Where should I head to? There's plenty of places up here. Okay. Oh, we got one of those things like right away. I wonder what's down here. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. That was it. Well, obviously already grabbed that. Is it just go through it again? Wouldn't hurt. Sure, I'd get some stones. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I thought. Sometimes there's something I need to do down here too. You see a lake or something. Nothing there. Okay. Oh. Do? What the heck was that? Okay. Giant bear. Oh god. Look how cool this looks. You gotta love that. Just remembering some of these sites of graces. I remember this, that's for sure. Okay. That's kind of what I thought. Yep. Now I gotta go down this way if I wanna. Okay, good. This underground area is definitely a very complex system of caves, for sure. Definitely takes some getting used to, and tough to navigate and get everything initially. I'll be honest with you, I still haven't the slightest clue how to get up there. I think I was up there once and then I fell by accident. I don't remember how to do it. I think you're actually supposed to just jump from that cliff. So I probably just have to get back up there. I think that's what happened. Okay. Let me just get all this and everything. Up there. It's definitely parkour, I just don't remember how to do it. Yeah, see, because there's definitely items up there. Hold on. I think there's something you gotta do with this. Where I'm actually like on the wrong side here, but I don't know. Maybe it's from here, actually. Because I definitely, like I said, I definitely was up there. I thought for some reason it was something back here, though. That's weird. Maybe I'm just thinking of somewhere else. You never know.
Well, divorce.
I already bought him out. So, hold on. Let me just check this. Unlike this is anything. I'm pretty sure you just get up there, like, you know, some actual way from that ledge. I do remember that. I just don't remember exactly how I did it. Because I came in... Yeah, because there's enemies up there. You can sort of see them. I came in from the other side or something. So I'm facing that. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I really don't. I may have even looked it up before, because I didn't know. Because this one's definitely tough to get to, obviously. Get over here. Nope, nothing there. Alright, let me check. Let's see if I can just... Which one is that? That's where I just was. Right? So this is a very complicated area. I'm not gonna figure it out. I'm just, at this point, I'm just looking around. Getting some enemies here. I am not gonna figure that out. I'm gonna have to look that up. I am going to have to look that up. I was wondering about that. I was like, that might be an explosion. Okay. Oh, that figures. Right when I Man. These things are not the easiest to hit the box either. Just to get some healing out of it. Oh yeah, the the boulder. That's basically just a cannonball. I mean, it's a cannonball. It's not even a boulder. It's a cannonball. That is flat out a cannonball. That door shuts and you have to do the thing if you go in there. But that is how you get over there. But that just takes me down there. Supposed to get down there, but pretty much did all this. Oh, there is an item here. Oh, maybe I should come through here. Okay. Now that I got the right one. I mean, maybe there are some things here I have to do. This looks pretty, like a pretty large area now that I think about it. Alright, hang on. I gotta be right back. Real quick. Okay. Thanks for waiting, I appreciate that. Alright, I got a little snack here. I hope that's okay. So there's definitely more stuff. Like I can already see like an item that I didn't get. Oh, wow. I wasn't planning on that. Alright, hang on. Okay, cool. And it does not take long to get Scarlet Rot here. Damn. Those are hard to find too. I see something there. There's definitely more stuff here. So obviously I'm glad I discovered that. So I'm just gonna do that, obviously. I'll need that. That equipped. I see it. Man, what all is out here? We got this thing here. There's finally a little spot in the stand. Yeah, this is pretty tough spot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to fast travel. Let me check something. I want to check something. Yeah, if they're not missing anything. But like nothing like big. But I definitely want to like look for items. Since I keep finding some. Suppose I could just reallocate my flasks to do this better. I see something. Ah. Didn't even see that before. Mushroom crown. Where is this thing? I'm not being dumb, that is it. Yeah, the heck. I hate these. I hate this list. I hate this list. There needs to be a search. Like, I will scroll past something like 3 times that I'm staring right at it. There we go. New helm. It's awesome. This is just completely ridiculous, but yeah, if you needed that, now you know where it is. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a bunch of stuff here. There's a lot of stuff here. That's really cool. I'm gonna die. All because I can't fast travel while I'm in combat. Yep, all because I can't do that. Because I can't open the map. Just gotta run all the way to the other end just to pick up runes now. I see them. There they are. They're in my sights. They're right there. There they are. Yep. My bad. Yeah. Exactly. Locked concurrence here on YouTube. Locked. Oh yeah. Concurrents that stay exactly the same number for a very long period, just an X amount of time. No more, no less. No jumping around, just exact same number of concurrents for, you know, hours at a time. Yep, and there goes the troll removing a like. Oh, there's 3 likes. Let me remove one of those 3 that they put on there. That troll, that stalking weird troll that sits here and adds likes for the purposes of removing them. What the? Dumb. Yeah. 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 This guy. See, that's the weapon I need. That weapon right there. I need that. Just kidding. I have things kind of like that, but no, it's not. It is pretty much. It does pretty much kind of look like it. But no, it's a trident actually, right? It's 3 of them. 3. Oh no, well there's 3 on there, but it's not the lightning. No, it looks a little different, I think. I believe. Looks a little different. Because, I have... that one. I like that one. That one's cool. But that, obviously that's a pole arm. I have... That's the thing they have. That. So it's, you know, Icarus is, well, there's that. There's that. But yeah, I don't think I think I don't have it. I suppose I could do that one. But yeah, you know, it's a similar sort of situation to that, where they just do that attack and it's Radon. You know, he's, because I think it's a Scarlet Rot attack or something like that, and he's weak to Scarlet Rot or something like that. It's something like that. True story. And then again, you can wield this. Again, I have the shield. Again, the whole point is that that shield, that giant concrete slab that he uses, that everybody's like, this is how you do it. Well, you know, I'm pretty sure he kind of sort of did that first, but maybe not. It was it's the concrete slab shield, that's what I'm calling it. Finger something or other. Because you can block without stamina, like just endlessly block. So if you can wield it, and then you use the thrusting weapon at the same time, like it's just no contest. And then you can do that attack too. I mean, it's just absurd. Yeah, of course it's gonna work. You don't even have to try. I mean, it's still him, so you're gonna have to try. Obviously, but compared to like other things where you just have to roll out of the way, obviously you can do that. Then that's it. That's absurd. Let me just where are we gonna go here? Where do we wanna go? Alright, you know what? Let's do Let's do... Because there's a lot of things I can do. Sorry. Freaking things in the way. The things I can do down here. I can just go here too and then do that. Let's go to the fort. We'll go to the fort. Let's go to the fort. We'll go to the fort. The fort. Get down here. Get down here. Oh my god. Stupid thing. Be more than that. I think I hear something somewhere. Like, I thought I heard one spawn and then I, like, didn't see it. Is it, like, up here or something? Weird. Oh, there we go. You're definitely supposed to walk in the right spot. I wonder if I'm supposed to climb down here. Because I still don't think that was it. Maybe it was. Maybe it was this time. I just feel like it wasn't. Doesn't matter though. I've already done it. Alright, well, good enough. Another fort? Keep hearing it. How about another fort? Or something. I don't know that I want to do that one. This is weird. Yeah, this is fine. Cool. Found a fort. A fort to do. Again. Get over here. That was my fault, though. Well, you can't really. Ugh. Yep. Yep. I thought there might have been some mobs around here, even after the boss. Oh, yep. Nice dodge. Man, this guy. Get over here. Oh, you. Oh, you too. Stupid. Dodge. Alright, let me go back to the fort now. Just want to get these mobs. Get some mobs. I don't know that there's really anything over here, but... Alright. Trying to look over. There is one last thing I think I didn't do there, actually. I've done most things. I think there's one thing I have to do. Now that I think about it. Did all that, obviously. However, went the wrong way. Is it this wall? I can't do it now. Because... So, I found out... If you're wondering, it's the symbol that's above. I can't attack. And I think, isn't this the wall that you have to attack and it has, like, hit points or something? I think. And you can't do it past a certain point because if it's technically like a round table hold, you can't attack or you're in a rest area. Your attacks will not function. You just can't do it. So, never mind. That explains why I can't get this open, right? Because what else will that be? I mean, it's just that. And then, of course, the very next room. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Now, as far as like not being able to get the stuff, that's not the case because you can still, once he's gone, it's still here. By the way, which, not that it matters, but. Yeah, no, it's that wall. It is. It's that wall. No, I can swing it still. So, yeah, I guess you can't do that anyway. Okay. Back to fort. We don't need to do the fort again. We already did it. We already did it. You know what? This is a nice place to go to. There's a lot of stuff up here to do. I think I got all the dragons. Pretty sure. May as well check though. Kinda looks that way. Ha! Ha! I did it. Ha! Ha! I did it. Ha! Important stuff, right? Important stuff. Standing, parkouring onto the highest rock. Parkour. Parkour. All right. How do I get down now without dying? Carefully. Okay, so there are mobs. It's like, I know there's mobs here somewhere. Oh shit. Damn you. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Damn it. Get back here. Okay. I think I got him. Say I hear him. Where he is. Oh, there he is. All right. We could run down here and see if there's any mobs down here. There might be some mobs down here. Don't know. Oh, there are some here. One dude. I guess normally there's an Erdtree avatar, so... There's no one here normally, so... That would make sense if there's a little less mobs. Normal. cool is that spot? How cool is that spot? Grab these guys too. There's one on the the hill there too. Look at that. Quite the view. Quite the view. Oh, there's a couple up here. I didn't realize. Huh. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. giant flower, like you're casting spells. Yeah. Alright, look at this one. No. It's awesome, right? It's awesome. I guess I got them all. I thought maybe there would be more. But I guess I guess it came through this way. Well, there's that group. I think that's the group I was actually looking for. Cool. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. To do a few things and just need to check something here. Actually, that's fine. Just thinking if I wanna. Yeah, that's fine. Let me go ahead and go. This. Okay, let's see here. I go. I wanna, like, I like this spot, but I wanna. I guess I gotta figure out a decent. Because obviously the ants aren't worth very much. There's some good stuff over here, it's just you can get overwhelmed pretty quickly. Just grab this here really quick. So thanks for hanging around. Appreciate it. Alright. Sorry. Alright, let's see here. So there's definitely a spot over here. I don't know if that's really where I want to go, but if I go this way, I run into that thing that gets me from a distance. I guess I can always avoid it. Especially if I do this. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, I don't want to go up that way. I want to sit down here. If I do that first, I can get this guy from the other way. There's definitely more. Kind of thought so. Hey Andy, what's going on? That sword is great. Thanks, man. I think this is like the coolest freaking sword in the world. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I just don't know how to do that. Are you talking about that? My fault. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know how to do what you're talking about. What are you referring to as the heavy attack? I thought you would, you know, sort of just call that, you know, what I just did there, because it is a little, like, it definitely is a heavy attack. Yeah, that's it. Basically, you do this. That's right. Like, that's your guard, and then... I'm assuming that's what you mean. That's it. So... Sorry. If I do that again... I'm assuming that's what you mean. No, because I don't... That would imply I have to roll into it. But yeah, I mean, as far as the heavy attack is concerned, what I'm doing. Because shift left click, it just does the same thing as my normal attack. You mean that? I guess that is a little different. I guess I'm not hitting the ground. Get it right, because otherwise that's the problem, it freaking rolls me. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. I'm gonna start. Yeah, no, I know. I've seen that too. I gotta look that up. I've seen that too. I gotta look that up actually. Don't worry, I really didn't have that many rooms. I had like, it was only like 700. It's not that many. It's not that many. It was only like 700,000 or so. It's really not that many. I know what you're talking about actually. And like I was trying to figure that out earlier because clearly it's not what it should be for me. Because that's what I saw too, is what you just said. So what just happened is why I usually don't view this as a spot, but I do like the spot. Of course I like the spot. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously. And can are we talking about something in two-hand, or do I have to be one-handing this? If I have to be one-handing this, then obviously I need to do that. I'll admit that that looked like a different attack that I was used to. But I've done that before. That one I knew about. So I am right about it. It's just not easy to make it happen because of these controls. Well, I think I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna get some runes back. A little bit. But... yeah, I mean... I know what you're saying because I've obviously seen that too, but ran into the brick wall of... it's definitely not working for me. Really? Oh, holy shit. Good call. Well, thanks for telling me that. Yeah, that's cool. That must have been what I figured out for the cast before too that I had forgotten about. Because I think I was just pressing buttons. I honestly didn't think it was gonna be that good. Wow, that's really... holy crap. Holy crap. It's like... that's awesome. It's like the Arc, except it requires skill to use. So it's not like too OP. Except if you can use it, it is. I just suck and can't use it, so that's what happens. happens of a special ground slam. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. That makes me wonder about that particular ability, though. That particular combination. Well, yeah, and that is what I did mostly when I started. Obviously, up till this point, was just casting spells and stuff. So hence why that was my build too. Hence why I had initially sort of capped intelligence and mind. Almost vigor. I mean, my vigor was up there a good bit. I mean, right now I'm doing a lot of that. I'm doing a chunk of that with like talismans. I do like that moveset a little bit better for a single target from this. Because it does work better for the hit. Just saying. So unless they have a shield and do that. Sleep. Not what I meant to do. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like I'm saying, I'm agreeing. You're right for sure. That is definitely why I didn't think a lot about it. And also why I have my staff in the other hand, but obviously I understand why you were saying not to now. Using the sword and stuff. Yeah. No, this sword is yeah. I was having fun with this one. Like both of these, this one too. Flip them both quick. I'm sure you've seen these. But, so if I do that, you walk all slow. See, I like that. I think that's really cool. I was trying to do like an armor set for it and everything. It's really cool. Yeah, it's so cool. Outside of melee weapon is mimic full costumes. Oh yeah. I could see that. But I mean, either way, if it's still good, then you still use that too. Should. And I was also right, there's better tank summons for Consort Radon than the Mimic. Alright, so let's do this one. This one's pretty cool too. Maybe it's just the fact that it's these guys. And they're like screwing me into this type of thing. I'll have to try it somewhere else. Yeah, that's the heavy attack. Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's kind of obvious, actually. So cool. That works. Hello there. really cool sword. So yeah, it's that intelligence scaling that it has too. It's because of that. I'll do it. Yep, that'll do it. Take that off. Get over here. Man, that is such a cool moveset to use. Let's check the range. That's pretty good. I think that's probably about the range. Sweet. That was actually pretty awesome. I have to clean the top of my keyboard here really quick. Something like on the key here. I gotta clean it really quick. Give me a sec. Okay, sorry about that. That's much better. That was annoying. Okay. I was actually having trouble with the combos there for a second. I was like, what is this? Alright. Let's go here. It's a good spot. It's a good spot. It's a good spot. Now we can try this. Same sort of thing. I think I just need to raise my arcane a bit. Because I think that's what the other... Yeah, the arcane for this is 20. So... pretty cool. I mean, this one's cooler though. This one's cooler. It's way cooler. Okay. Here we go. Pay no mind to me. I am just this brass thing. Let's see what else I can get. Oh yes, yes. Amazing. I guess there were a couple down here that... Slipped right over him. Should I try it? Perhaps I should target this guy. Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, that was dumb. My fault. There we go. That was pretty funny though. Get down here. No, I am a pile of gravestones. You can't. I'm just a pile of stones over here. You can't. You have no idea. Let's see what else we got here. So yes. Good. I am just a pillar. Pay no mind. That was kind of awesome. I really like this sword. I will have to say I really like this sword. It is really cool. And as for the heavy attack, that's all it is. It's that. Awesome. That. Let's go here. I haven't been here for a while. There's some stuff here. Especially if we actually go this way. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is a great spot, guys. If you can do this, this is a great spot. Great spot. Oh, those are statues. That guy's not. And that guy's not. Yeah. Awesome sword. You go back to the other awesome sword. I think I got this around this spot here. Around the other way. No, right when I got to... I should have realized it though. Back over here. What the heck? Get the fuck. Yeah. Yep. Got it. Done. Done. Good done. Wow, good done. Alright. More gold sword. Stupid red tomato looking face he's got. getting stumped. Okay. Is that the last guy to root? Who's the last guy to root? I can go get these guys too. Like freebies, so you may as well get them. Yeah. Give me 1 second here. Okay, sorry, I'm here. Where should I, think about where I should go here. Better just head back over here for now. There's nothing over here. Cool. Got those guys. Yeah. Wow. There's nothing to attack over here. I think I'll go this way. I know there's stuff down here. Not that much, but I know there's stuff down here. Let's go mountaintops. That was dumb. 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 Oh man. Alright. Let's not do the dumb thing again. Oh, let's see. spot I can technically. I think. Yeah. Except I just missed it. Get the. Let's go this way. And here you are. So don't try to go that way. You want to come down this way. Big dude up there. I hit the heal button like 4 to 5 separate times, and because that thing just, because I was bouncing between that thing and the rock that I was standing next to, that's what happened. Because I was bouncing between that and the rock. So because, I've talked about this before, is because animations in the game of you falling or something like that, is why things like that happen. So when too many of those things stack on top of each other, that's what can happen, where you're sort of just bouncing back and forth and you really can't do any other actions. You sort of just get in this loop where you just sort of die because you're just bouncing back and forth between action of falling off said rock and getting hit by the enemy. Okay, let's grab the guys down here. I think there's some down here I have to grab now. From earlier that I grabbed from earlier. I have to grab again now. And that's it. Yep. There's another hand over here too, I think on the side of the cliff, right? See, this is the problem with this place, is you get pinned against, like, rocks and shit. Like, it's as simple as me getting pinned against a rock. Like, I mean, it's just absurd. It's completely absurd that I couldn't move through that person that's clearly not a wall, you know? I'm just pinned against a rock for no reason. It really is absurd, actually. There's no question. It really is absurd to say that, you know, they would just pin you against a rock. One person, especially that person. hit him, but I didn't somehow. That's interesting. Some pretty interesting stuff going on in this spot here. Why is there always like a follow-up attack when I didn't do a follow-up attack? That is incredibly annoying. Why does it do that? It really does do that a lot. And then there's times where I'm sitting there mashing the button to heal and it's not healing. Over and over, it's not healing. It's either animations or that. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see. Alright, let me check this. Let's do it over here.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
Okay. He does have some rune arcs. Okay. Alright. Well, I can always come back and get this stuff. But I definitely wanted to buy, because I needed those too. So I'm glad that I found this guy, actually. So now he's marked. So basically, again, if you need to find him, what I did was I went to here. Snow Valley Ruins. And then we just looped around. I'll show you again. So we're here at the Snow Valley Ruins here. I don't want to go this way. I'm gonna definitely have to buy that gear. So then, I obviously just went over the bridge. And then just go straight to, just go to the right here. Right here. I guess you can use this to get down there if you want to get down there too. But obviously we already have that. This takes you straight to that vendor. So that's cool. So there you go. And then, you know, like for those who want like gear and stuff,
Divorce.
he definitely has that. So I'll obviously have to come back and grab that. It's actually not bad. I mean, like, it obviously, like, later on it's not. It just looks cool. But, you know, it's not bad for earlier. And like I said, it looks cool. So there you go. And then you got this little camp.
Something else?
So there you go. I gotta be right back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna do a fair bit of rune farming here, so. Let me switch back to casting. Well, that'd be one reason to have my casting in my other hand. Yeah, I can literally still do the sword stuff, so there's really absolutely no reason for me to do that the other way around. I'll be honest with you, there was no reason. Because if I can two-hand and switch this, it is completely absurd for me to do it in the other hand. When I can mount and cast, that is the reason why you'd put your staff in the other hand. That is literally why I did that. There's no question now. Yep, no question. So you see what I mean about certain people? I'm just like, you know, patterns of people, you know, these same people confirming memory things. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Pretty interesting stuff in there. Pretty fascinating stuff. Yeah, that's neat. So does anybody understand now? Does everybody understand now why I don't take advice from people, and I hope you fully understand why I don't accept advice from people about things and stuff like that, about certain things. I'm sure it's kind of obvious now. I know I'm right about certain things, and people are just consistently trying to make it seem like I'm wrong about something that I've actually been right about for quite some time. almost like when I said with my build I was gonna start doing some of the other, you know, like Faith and Arcane, and it was almost like, you know, like other people were trying to tell me to do completely opposite things. I do all this research and I found out, yep, I'm right. So if I just done that, thinking that, knowing that I was correct about that, and then, you know, instead of listening to that, you know, like I just do all this research just to find out I was right. Like, the point is, people are very subjective about their thinking, you know. To them, it's the best of this or something, you know, like, but a lot of times variables can be missed, and you know, again, if you don't know that you know, you can't cast when you're mounted. I mean, like, come on. This is the sort of thing where that tells me, well, I guess you really haven't played any bosses with that build. Honestly, that's a pretty regular thing that you would do. I mean, I know there's a lot to remember, but and, you know, again, there's absolutely does not have anything. Putting it in your other hand does not make it cast more damage. I suppose if you do all melee builds, and then you think that applies to casting, sure. Pretty subjective stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if you've been a certain class, started with that class, and then started doing points and other things, and went, well, oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not conclusive. It's not a conclusive test. You're this class doing other things. It's not a conclusive test. Just saying. That's why I don't look anything up too. Well, I do. I try not to. Unless I absolutely have to figure it out. Because then I've already considered a lot of different things. And usually by the time I've looked it up, it's like, see, I thought that was what it was, but I was sort of only halfway there. Very subjective. Exactly how it is for me, where it'll seem like I'm doing something completely wrong to you guys, but drawn to, you know, like your knowledge of what? You know, like, I get if it's actually wrong. Like if you're playing a fire mage in WoW, and you're doing a rotation, and you're not stacking a certain type of spell, that's part of your damage rotation. It's called not doing it right. You know, something like that where it's everybody just knows there's a certain rotation to maximize the damage, or a certain rotation to maximize the healing, or if you're doing healing. That's a little bit different. A lot of stuff in this game is so super subjective to everything. Everything. Can't even say it's any one thing. I remember there's stuff in Diablo that's kind of like that too. Well, at least Diablo 3. Yeah. Two-hand casting. I think I missed that group, didn't I? I think there's like a couple groups I missed. Thought I missed the one. Maybe I didn't miss the one. I know I missed it. Oh no, I did. Yeah, I missed the one in the middle here. Two-hand casting. Oh man. Don't get me wrong, the points and other things have helped too, but at the same time, like, obviously I was always playing a little bit here and there. Let's get these guys. Have enough healing. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, plenty of stuff I don't know too. Just like the, yeah, I didn't know about the path to stuff with the sword, so. Because obviously I haven't done those builds yet. Plenty of stuff I don't know too. But it is really hard to say definitive things about that sort of stuff. I want to go just back down for right now. Back down here for right now. Actually, do I want to change any of this? Nah, I'm just gonna. Try to decide what, if I feel like doing a different spell or. Let me just try something here. Alright, I gotta send a... Well, I gotta do something really quick. I'm sorry. Be right back. Oh yeah, they definitely kept the concurrence at 1. All right. wondering what's still targeting me. I mean, what the heck? And then as soon as I say that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream there. Thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate that.